Okay. Um, Let me just sort some things out. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream for today. Right. I hope you all had a great day, and I hope that we are feeling good. Like we have like good health. Um, and no body pains, none of that. And if you do have, you're not at full HP, I hope you get better. Hi, DDDDAA592. Welcome to the stream. 1 second, let me just switch to copyright-free lo-fi. Okay. We are back again. Back again. Um, hmm. So yeah, I don't know, man. I just looked at the stuff, the games I had planned to make. Even though I didn't like initially see them in Roblox, it turns out that they're quite literally Roblox copies of them. So I don't know. I guess it's no use gatekeeping. I guess at this point, it's just it is what it is. So, what's that? Anyway, so these are the two places. YouTube play. So, playables. So this was the this is the first one. Now I think about it, this is the official one. But yeah. The first was my mini mart. I was going to make this. I didn't even know that this was like a full-on mobile game and popular and stuff. I just saw it. I was like, wow, this is well. I mean, not from this one specifically, but this concept of carrying stuff and putting them in places and stuff like that. I was gonna make this. And then I saw this mini mart. I was like, okay, it's kind of simple, straightforward, and I like the layout of it. So let's port it into Fortnite. So that was the idea. But it's a popular game apparently, super popular. And this was the other one, right? Right. Do that. Evolution simulator. Like it's quite literally, like quite literally the just like the one in Roblox. Well, except it's like a little bit more detailed, but it's the same thing. Like you go around hitting stuff. But there's a Roblox one, the one I saw apparently. So I don't even know. I do not know. I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. He's trying to. I don't know how I do it in the hood. That. So yeah, that's what I was gonna make, I guess. But I don't know. I'm having mixed feelings now. Damn. Making a car. Should I try that to make a car? I think that's something I would only do when we're able to run animation components client side. Yeah. This actually feels pretty good. I'll scratch that. Okay. How would that contribute to? Actually, now I'm thinking about it, that's pretty curious. How would that like the tires? How do you would have it rotate? But it's not rotating. It's kind of going up. Anyway, yeah, I was really excited at the concept of trying to make this. I was thinking about how would I make this, scene graph, so that it's easily scalable. So I'll just talk about that a little bit. Maybe I will get some clarity. The way I see, there are two main things here. So there are generators, and then there are inventories. So that would count as an inventory. This would count as a generator, which with which you would set a type. You would set a type, and yeah, they would have like zones around them for collection and deposit. Yeah, and then just even this would be a generator slash inventory. So it generates money when it receives some type of that. The player would have an inventory which could carry stuff, which would take stuff. There would be a fill, like a ultimately that's it, right? Some things would have requirements. Some generators would have requirements and others would not. So there would be generators, and something like this would, well, it would be a converter. So that a converter would be like a subclass from a generator where it takes it requires, it has an inventory, and then it takes the inventory and converts it into another type. It takes a type and converts to another type. And so once the core features would be done, then scaling would just be a matter of just dropping things down or specifying what type of things can be put and stuff. This would classify as an inventory, which collects and disposes of items. This would classify as a converter. This would also be a converter. So that would be the base framework. I think it's important that the game should just be as vibrant as in the example. Yeah, if I was making this, it would, like, the thing is, I thought this, I didn't know this was such a huge game, right? But if I was making this, then I mean, obviously, it would absolutely. Man, I don't if I was told to recreate this like stuff for stuff, with the exception of like some little things. Some little things as in like decisions. So I could choose to actually make the player a just like this, really, or I could choose to leave the player as is. Like it's all about how deeply you want to go. Like if you want right now in UEFN, you will be able to fully make everything just like this, custom NPCs even. But then ideally in some parts you would want to save time, and so like you might use other stuff. So if I wanted to save time on the dev side of things, instead of making a custom player, I would just use the Fortnite player, and then I mean, I guess you could make them like, you could do the holding thing as well, but I wouldn't, just because time again. But yeah, like it's not hard to make this. It's just currently I'm just dealing with the fact that this is actually, I did like some extra research and I found out that this is like this was a smash hit apparently in 2022. I don't even know what I'm feeling right now. I still want to make it though, I guess. When it comes to like this, like it's so, apart from, so there's two parts to making a thing, right? Like you've got the gameplay mechanics and then you've got the assets and stuff. The assets for this, it would be very like, it would be simple. Something like this would be best keeping it as simple as it's, as it's shown here. Right. It would be best literally keeping it as simple as it's shown. So like like making the the mart itself, it's pretty straightforward. It's just, you know, so now okay, so there's now two parts where I fall into, right? First would be the style of design. So I could either no, you would move with your WASD. Right, you'd move with your WASD so that everyone and every input would just be able would like move as they are used to. Right here, you're not moving WASD because it wasn't designed for. Well, essentially, you are moving with WASD, but you're not playing on a keyboard. So someone on a touch screen would be playing with the same way I'm doing this, right? But then obviously, like, it's all about input. So this is touchscreen, the design for touchscreen. So that's why you have this controller, just as would be on mobile. But yeah, the movement will be the same, right? Even the camera angle and all that stuff can be the same, which brings me to kind of like the second part of what I was about to say, is that the second part of what I was about to say was that yeah, there's two ways this could go. So I could replicate this camera angle here where it's kind of like, fixed, and you're just going through and kind of like see things just like this. Or I could lean into a third person controllable version, which would be similar to this, right? And I'm just trying to get me to buy a worker for. And like the benefits of this is that it's easier to set up. What the heck is that? Right, can I steal the tomato? Okay. Oh my, what the what? Wait, what? Okay. That's cool. Just got a little glowy. The stars doing. That's pretty simple to make too. Damn, I just yanked that. Okay, so it'll be easy to set up because one thing I want to do is keep like player interaction. Even though there isn't necessarily a player interaction, just being able to see other players in a tycoon, people like that, you know, especially in a social game like Fortnite, where they could potentially go and meet a new person, make a new friend, so whatever. Oh my god, yes, bro, slay. So, but this, you know, it's like this is tycoon style now. For a game like this, there's absolutely no need to be in a session with other people, like realistically speaking. But then I also need to consider that if this was the play that I went with, it would make things different, right? So for example, some players might be good to know. If I ever need a cashier, I'd hit you up. Some players would be, you know, might love to play this just for the like the novelty of this sort of viewpoint. Now, if I wanted to do something like this, but have multiple people, you know, it then falls under like, okay, like, what am I gonna do? I could do like a camera switch, so when you go over to the other side, it kind of like, I don't even know. So that's actually the real dilemma right now, I would say. Wondering how I would set this up. Because you know, this is pretty very specific in terms of, yeah, that's basically what I'm thinking about right now. I'm just wondering, what would I do? What should I do? I think there's another one. Another one that looked to be kind of similar to. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know if I can wait. The music is the same too. Yeah, Birdie didn't even bother trying. Wait, is this the same? No, this is not the same. I just had like a lot of money. Okay, so if you try to, you know, be special, be unique or something, I guess. I definitely wouldn't make them open. Okay. I'm kind of stuck. GG, man. So I really want to make this. I don't know. But then there's also actually, apart from like the fact that I want to make this and kind of like do it done, there's also like other aspects. This is a different one. That's the one I played, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so there's kind of like different aspects too, apart from the whole. So right now I'm fixing a couple of dilemmas here. First dilemma is do I do the isometric, you know, fixed angle view, or do I what the world? What am I saying? What am I supposed to do? I do the fixed, or do I do the perspective, like, you know, third person camera where you could then have. Why is the escape button like, get me out of here, man? Good lord, no way. Oh, I'm just gonna do this then. Okay, so do I do that view or do I do this view? Right? If I do this view, I really want to at the very least have like, because okay, if I'm to do this, obviously I would use SceneGraph, right? And the fact that I would be using SceneGraph literally means that to set it up for another player would literally just be just to duplicate things over, just drag things over. it sounds like, okay, I mean, sure, that's obviously how it should be, but obviously without scene graph, most people don't understand that that's not the case. If you didn't have scene graph and you wanted to set things up for other people, it wouldn't be as easy as just dragging, like, copying and pasting another set or something. It just wouldn't be. But with scene graph, it would be. So I want to take advantage of that and have, I want to take advantage of that. No need to make it single player if you can absolutely make it multiplayer. Oh my god. I just like had an idea. Right? There's no reason to see to like be able to like see everybody's thing at the same place. It doesn't actually make sense. Oh my goodness. So what I can do is make it so that, like, if you come out of your mart and you like go over, you'd be able to like see a map thing where you can like go to your friends' marts and like help them or something. Like, you can go visit other people, but instead of like walking over, you would sort of like, when you come out, like there'll be a thing to the left and to the right, and then you see like their stuff, and you can either go to their mart, which would just teleport you to their own section. Oh, I could do that. So then I can keep this isometric view, and still have like multiple people in one session. Okay, yeah, so smart, nice. Okay, so that solves that. What else am I? Okay, so then the other thing I would say that I'm waiting for, right, that would really help the whole situation, ties into this. Okay, well, it ties into this, right? That. So, no, man, I'm literally right by you, Brody. Okay, so this, right? If I want to really make this nice and easy and dynamic without doing some weird material counter thing, I don't want to do material counter things, then the solution would be to wait for in-world UI. Right? It'll be easy to do. It's not like you cannot do like this thing over the head with the request and stuff. It's not that you cannot. I don't know. Okay, now I think about it, that's not really a problem, to be honest. I guess I was just being. No, yeah, that's not a real that's not a real dilemma, actually. But like, look at this guy just wasting my eggs. But yeah, this is the game that I want to make first. Not first, but like, I believe in this game, and like the best part about all of this is that there isn't a single mini map in Fortnite. So it's literally uncontested territory. Right? Purely uncontested territory, which is crazy. Which is insane. It's insane, bro. Anyway, that's the map plan. What the heck? All right, this is the game. That's closing it. Aside from that, sheesh. Aside from that, let's just finish other stuff. Right. So, So this was where I stopped off in the morning, just showcasing the whole how easy it would be to use the swipe data interface that I didn't like do that. I didn't finish the other stuff, but what I already have done is how easy it would be to use this to make a drawing board stuff. And the beauty about scene graph most people don't understand is just the fact that you can essentially spawn things at runtime. So I can essentially make an item which is like a paintbrush, right? And the paintbrush would let you paint on a canvas. And then you ask yourself, what then is a canvas? Nothing in the world is a canvas, but I can then make an item which is like a magic wand, or I'm just going to say magic wand here for because I can't think of anything, but it's a thing that lets you look at anything and make whatever it is to be a canvas. Or I could just make everything a canvas, obviously. You know, but I'm just saying, like, so it's like scene graph, right? Like it's just too beautiful. So here we'll look at this. This is the beauty of scene graph, in my opinion. Right? I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it here. Make that bit like that. So now I have made this right on. Actually, I don't need this open. Okay. So now I've made this thing. I put a drawing board component on the back of it, on the board, not the thing. So now essentially, what the heck? What did I do? Oh, okay. So essentially now, like, if I start the game, I can play. Let's just warm up the animations. I can play the game, right? But I'm also able to draw things, to draw on the back of the board. Like, this is scene graph, man. All right, let's solve this real quick. Okay. So now for this, the drawing. Oh, let's fly with this. Why is my fly not working, man? Oh, that's essentially what drawing is, isn't it? You're spawning a bunch of points and uh, along the path. Now I could. Oh, that just. This is how collision works, by the way. I think we're seeing that in real time. Um, you try to, whenever you try to collide it, it checks if it checks the collision rules, and if it can, if it doesn't, like, if the collision rules say, hey, you shouldn't be here, then it puts you back in your former position. Well, yeah, this is essentially drawing, right? Now here it looks unwieldy because I haven't, obviously I didn't like optimize this for it. I just put spheres, right? But if I wanted to make this like true drawing stuff, then that's also possible to do because of the sweep hits is pretty comprehensive. Actually, it gives you a lot of information about the hits. So I can make a, yeah, I mean, at this point anybody can make a thing, right? And it's not like you couldn't do this before, right? Like, for example, making a drawing board. It's not like, it's not in the slightest bit new or novel. But the scene graph advantage is just in how easy it makes it to set up, right? This is quite literally just this. It's just this, like this, and you get the ability to draw stuff. Now, honestly, I don't know what to do. I mean, not like I don't know what to do. I kind of know what to do, but like, oh, 1 second. Oh, I actually kind of understood, but let me just. Oh, wow, I um, oh, I think I'm like crashing with that. Yeah, so there's a thing around here. Okay. Wait, what? What's going on? A single click is supposed to like put the skin on, but it's not doing that for some reason. Single click. Yeah, like quite literally set the player image to be that. And start the game with the player image, then double click, just okay. One second. Actually, I'm just trying to finish up something. So what do we do today? Today, I actually don't know. I kind of don't have any idea of what I should do today, to be honest. All right, item. Something is happening here that I'm not understanding, because it absolutely should be like changing the thing. Name tag. What the heck is that? The source component. Source volume, source start global transform. Target components. I look at this and it's like, this is pretty much always, you know, bound to be like the mesh component, no? Because like that's what usually would have the collision. Contact normal is a vector 3. I'm guessing that would just be a normalized rotation, right? Like a normalized okay. An easier thing to do here would be to put a cylinder. Let's call this node. Okay. Okay, make rotation. Make rotation. That can now be all. I'm trying to like figure out because I've never used this contact normal. I've never used this contact normal. So actually, maybe I should just print it out and see what it gives. Sweep hit. We'll do front. So Oh, did that? Right. So I did this before. This is what this is, by the way. It's a custom function which just prints the diagnostic of the object and returns the object. Okay. So I want to see like what exactly the contact normal is. Oh my gosh, no way. Okay. That is crazy. Just then in like that one click, the event fired, like triggered nine times. Okay, so I want to see if the contact normal is, if it's different from okay, so it's not, well, I mean, I guess it's exactly what it says it is. It's the normal of the like the face, not like the angle at which you're hitting the face. You would have to probably calculate that by getting the rotation of the camera and then contact face normal, contact normal, target volume. On the target volume at the hit position. There's no get normal here, my G. Alright, let's also print this one too. So I need to like do some cleanup when like if, because what happened there was I was in the stuff and then the new session started and then I left and I had no way to actually, let me try that. Okay, so yeah, I should be able to just remove it. Anyway. Oh my lordy lord. know which is which, but they look the same. So let's get from here. And it's all the same still. So these values are the same thing, but I guess it depends. Man, like they need to just be more explicit here. Okay, let's see. Now, what I want to do is to align the cylinder with the normal. Oh. Wait, hold up. I didn't even, okay, well, that's why you read. Let's do this. This takes in the axis vector. And for that, I'm just going to pass in the, oh, well, I'm just going to use this then. And then it takes in an angle. And for now, I'm going to see if I have like zero angle, if like, I'm going to see what zero is going to do, because I don't even know the axis of the cylinder since it's editor. Okay, so then I'm going to do this, and instead of alright, so I'm just going to not use this. So now it's going to only like, it's still gonna let me click, but it's not going to click continuously, so I could test the, I could just see the data. So we're going to see the contact normal, and then I'm also going to print I'm going to do it here, xform dot rotation. I know, sorry, that dot rotation dot to diagnostic. So the first one is going to be the rotation, and the second is going to be the contact normal. I'm going to see what the rotation sets this at. Actually, it would be a lot better to use the cone, so I can actually see where it's pointing. Yeah. Okie dokie. Oh wow, it's turning on the hood, and I should not be surprised. Huh. Alright then, let's see. 90 degrees here. logically don't think. If you want to align a rotation to another one, then you should get the difference between both rotations and then invert the second one so that it matches. Invert the second one by that distance so it matches. That's how I think it should work. I'm not exactly a professional on spatial math, but like logically thinking about it, that's what I would think or what I would expect to work. Did it not auto push? Let's just push again, I guess. Okay. Oof. Okay, so a 90-degree rotation rotated by 90 degrees on that side. But the key point here is that it's still aligned to the face. But what I want is to have it point, I guess, in the forward of the face. Let's see, how would that look like? So I want to align rotation to vector. Maybe I might have to like make a thing for it. Let's see, you want to, you could do like a look at and then invert the thing. Let's see. And to, but then you have position A and position B, and you want to make position A look at position B. This gives you the rotation with which you can apply to position A, so it looks at position B. But that's not the case with the spawning stuff. Rather, you want it to. I feel like I should go lie down. Eyes are kind of dizzy. Well, let's see. The solution lies up here. Was I using that? Make rotation degree. Make the rotation from axis and angle in radians using right-handed sign. Nope. Get your position. Get angle degrees and make shortest rotation between that and that. for now, let's just blindly do that. Okay, let me see. What if I did... No. Okay, so that's kind of like the issue here. It's just rotating the thing about left, but I want to do a rotation about this axis. Wait, why don't I just add it to the thing? That's the global transform. Oh my days. Okay. Yeah, it goes from forward to left. Rotate about axis. So you first use this rotation like this to align it to the top. And then you want to take this rotation and rotate it 90 degrees about another axis. So I'm gonna take this and then rotate this about 90 degrees. So on the... Okay. Okay. Nope. Nope. Rotation. Yeah. Get your pitch. No. Get oiler, get axis. Nope. Get angle. Make shortest rotation. Nope. No. Rotate. I don't want to get anything. Degrees to radians. I can sort of like feel it clocking in. Where's that thing? Apply rotation. Right, so if I did this, and then I just did this multiplied by vector 3 left. So I'm just going to cycle through these. because I'm more or less blindly. So I take the initial rotation and then I just want to rotate it about. I probably will need to get like the axis instead of putting a hard-coded left. But for now, let's see what that looks like. Okay, so I think that's what I want, but I want to do it along the local thing. So I'm just gonna take this. This, but then I'm not doing the vector left. I want to do, okay, so I take this down, and then I want to get this. Okay, I'm just doing it one line here. So I will take this rotation, right? And then I will plot this here, dot get local, get left axis of this rotation. And then set this here. All right, let's see. So now I'll just cycle between these, and I think that should be it. Oh my goodness. So that was not the thing. So then I did left, so it should be forward axis, and I think that should be okay. Please tell me that I backed out of the flipping thing. Okay, nice. All right, moment of truth. I'm not very hopeful, but okay, well. Okay. So that is not the solution. Okay, let's chop along over and try and see if we can get more documentation on sweep it. Right. What if I did reflect vector? Where are you at? Now, what if I make the vector 3 by inverting the surface normal component of direction? Point, I'm basically going trial and error because I cannot visualize. I can't visualize. I can't visualize like how the normal. I mean, actually, now I think about it, I can probably do a hacky way to get this. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna try something, and I think that should work. So let's see. If this does not work, I'm going to try something, and yeah, that didn't work. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I have the normal, right? It gives me a direction that I'm pointing to. So I can do a combination of stuff, which is honestly not how I would rather do this, but I think that should work. So if I go in here, I have my my look at function, which gives you the rotation to look at something, right? So what I could do is literally just create a rotation, like offset. The surface normal gives me a vector, right? So I could sort of like, if I want to spawn things in front, normal offset cone equals sweep it result dot contact normal, multiply it by, let's do 16, right? So now this gives me a vector that if I were to add this to that it would push it forward in the direction that the face is facing. So it would just like spawn it on front. Right. So click. And you can see it's kind of spawning in front of it by 16 units. So now what I do, what I'm thinking of doing, which honestly I don't think I should be doing that. I'm gonna learn the proper way. But right now I have that I'm able to push it in front perfectly, right? So then here's what I could do. Let's say I push this like, you know, a good 64 units. Now this gives me a vector of in front, but I still have the vector of the location itself, which is, you know, contact position. I'm able to create a rotation that makes contact position look at the offsetted position, right? So at the contact location, it's going to look at the offsetted position, and that should give me a vector, that should give me a rotation, you know, that is kind of pointing outwards. That's what I, so I have this here. I'm just gonna do normal offset dot look at super result. Well, not that actually supposed to be. So contact location super result dot look at this, and if I chuck this in here, if I chuck this in here like this, then I would essentially have a rotation wherein it's pointing at the stuff. Now, all this stuff that I've been doing really so far could have been fixed, and honestly, it's probably how I should have done it, by making a mesh which is facing the correct way, right? Which is facing as I need it to be. So that's not right. That is not right. I'm not adding the thing, so it definitely should not be spawning in front unless it didn't build. Now, right here, I'm thinking, okay, so this stuff is definitely, it's rotated correctly. Especially if I'm spawning. Yeah. So the cone itself, while not visible, I'm going to do like a cube. I think that's even better. Right? Is rotated correctly. So all I should be doing really is taking the cone's rotation and applying a thing to it. So let's just say what is this? Okay, so now that tells me quite a lot actually. It is not rotated at all. It's not facing anything. rotation math, man. Because everything is just so abstract here. Okay. For now, let me make a rotation. From here. Okay. Yes. Oh my God, I remember when I was let's just do this first and see. Is it like an order of operations thing here? Where this is just not. Let's see, on cursor detailed. Async. Spins here. And then let's do a add. And then just leave 4, 5. Oh wait, I wasn't even using the thing. Damn. Okay. Yeah. Right. Rot is there. Because it definitely should not be facing that way. It should be aligned to the back of the stuff. If it's not, then that's pretty much the first problem to tackle. Alright. Well, that is the first problem to tackle then. Maybe I'm just doing it all wrong. Like, I don't even... Target volume. You've got the source, and you've got the target. Yeah. Contact normal gives you the target thingy. Is it just that it's not applying it correctly? How do you even... Alright. I think I just pressed it again. I don't even have like any idea here. Okay, so it was applying it correctly, but it's just doing something else. I think it would be a lot easier if I don't even know I didn't do that in the first place. Array of not cube. Sim underscore noman. Right. And then let's set this back to 0. Now I can see exactly what is going on. I forgot. That is precisely why I created that. So I could debug rotation. Actually, yeah, so I could debug rotation issues. Because no matter what you use, the sphere is just terrible. You don't get any rotation information from that. A cube as well is also kind of terrible. And a cone is, it gives you like, you know, the vertical up of the thing. But that's it. I don't press the button. What's going on? Doesn't need to save anything, just didn't decide to push. A cone is bad. I mean, it gives you like one axis, that's it. Then what else have you got? A cylinder, also same build as the cone. So really, the best option is to make your own gnomon thingy. And what's most important is to make sure that when it's imported, it is aligned to the world's to the world's directions. 1 second. Okay. Oof. So let's see. Okay. The gnomon is in. Great. Like, how is that even bugged? And moment of truth. Right. Like this. Oh, I should just probably just put it here. So red that way. So it's definitely like, what is that weird rotate? Like, brother, what? Oh wait, hold up. Let's see. Yep, it's the same rotation. It's like a weird whatever the heck that is. It's almost because it should something should be pointing like this way. You know, that's the normal face. But then it's what the world is that? Okay, so well, for starters, that tells me that to unrotate. Selected the wrong thing. This has no rotation, so it aligns with the, you know, with that. So that is indeed forward. Okay, let's see. If I were to rotate this like this, for example. Okay, let's see then if I were to rotate it like this, then so it kind of looks like it's not even. Oh my goodness. Absolutely nothing is happening. Okay, this would be the moment of truth-ish. And I can't open Unreal? Rotate it like this. At the very least, the blue should not be pointing anywhere near there, right? Okay. So basically, it doesn't. Make rotation degrees. Give it the axis, and you want to rotate 0 on. How else am I supposed to get a rotation from? Should I like decouple the vector, assuming that like 0 to 1 is, because it gives what? Yeah, so it gives. It does give something. That's what I'm gonna try next. If this doesn't work right now, I'm going to manually decouple the rotation and then manually like try and recreate it with something else. But for now, yeah, okay, so let's do that. I have this. So we are going to say left is left up is, and then forward is, and then contact face normal. Multiplied by 2 multiplied by 2 multiplied by pi flight contact face normal. Take this, copy, and then do dot that. Huh, I'm missing something. Sweep result. That. Okay, and then I'm going to do make rotation your pitch roll gradient. Right hand rotation about the down axis. So it's Yours inverted. Your picture radiance. Okay, let's see. That, and then we have left, up, forward. So roll is forward, pitch is right axis. So that should be here. And then negative left should be up. So negative up. I think, right? Okay. Just invert the two there and keep that one. And then make this to be that. Let's see. Please don't be a bop. Okay. Now we have progress. And if I'm correct here, this should like always look like this. So the blue should always point in that weird direction, even if I rotated the board. So it should be different. If it's not different, okay, so it is different. But what I'm looking at here, where the blue is now pointed there, is kind of telling me that it's a problem with what I got here. I guess I should just not trust it. Do that, and if this doesn't work, save. Like autosave, please. If this doesn't work, then I'm just going to build. Come on, do something. All right, so I'm going to like just do the regular. Oh, what the heck? Left, up, forward. Let's see. Okay, so it looks to be working. No, I wouldn't say it's working, but let's see. If I rotate this, then it should kind of have the same effect where something is pointing into the thing. Okay. So it does look to be working. It's now a matter of something not right here with something not right here. Okay, let's use another thing. Oh wait, am I doing here? What if I didn't multiply this by pi float? But if you don't, then it's not going to like do the thing, right? Let's see, there's got to be something. Right, left axis angle. So this takes left up forward, just like this. So I'm going to try this, and then if this doesn't do it, then I'm going to, because I think the angle, I'm going to multiply that by pi radian, so it should do the amount. I think I'm getting close, like actually. Yeah. It's a tuple. I could probably, like, I don't know. Wonder if I did like a multiplication and put that there. But this is a vector. So like a vector to tuple or something. So this should either like not rotate too much, which would be an indicator that yep. And then we're just gonna do and then we're just gonna do the struggles. Now, obviously, I don't have to struggle doing this, right? I could, you know, probably just run along to ChatGPT and get it done. But some things I really would just like to figure out, because the main issue here is I can't visualize whatever the heck why the surface normal is being returned as a vector rather than a rotation. I just can't, because if it was returned as a rotation, then I could do things to it to do other stuff, but it's a vector. But yeah, let's continue. We got the contact normal. Just gonna say normal here. Right. And then I'm just gonna replace all of that. Oh, could it be okay, so add boom, 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 boom. Shouldn't matter, right? Yeah, it should not matter. Okay. One thing I could do. No, that would work. That could work. Okay. Now, this will be considered to work if I rotate this thing and the new stuff is pointing into it. Doesn't matter what angle, but like what color is pointing in, but as long as it's pointing in, please just do it, okay? Good fucking lord, what is that? All right. So that's is something wrong with this face? Like, this is working. That is working. right? Like the green is pointing into it, so I'm definitely on the right path here. But like, what the heck, man? Oh no, there's. Right, let me go. Okay. It's pointing outward. That way it's pointing. So it's definitely doing something, right? So it's kind of like to the left like that, and then if we look at this one, it's also, you know, to the left like. I'm about to lose it. I'm about to lose my marbles. I don't even have any marbles. Oh, yeah, they said there were some improvements, quote unquote, to adding entities. So let's see now if I can. Let's see, because I once tried adding like a grid of 100 by 100, which is 10,000 entities. That didn't work. It didn't like it didn't work so well. So let's see here. Single click. Grid size. Oh, okay. Okay. So I can actually just modify it here in the editor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Let's try 10, right? Keep it nice and simple. 10 by 10, which is 100 entities. Honestly, I'm concerned, but it's got to at least be able to handle 100 entities, no? Okay, let's see. This one? Oh, actually handle it pretty quickly, like really fast. Okay. Um, let's do like this. All right. Let's push it. Let's push it a little bit more. I don't know, 50, 15. It's like 300. Imagine if 15 by 15 is not 300, man. My math is just non-existent. 225. Okay. You know what? Let's bump it to 20. So that's 400. Ooh, we're getting a little close here. All right, I'm gonna step back so we can kind of like see it happen in the same frame at the very least. Like that finishes. Now I need to get the stuff in tiny. Ooh. Okay, 400 entities. All right. I don't even know what the what the hole is. Actually. Did this thing like mess up the logic? No, there's no way to mess up the logic. Now you see this doesn't include any rotations, whatever, so um you know, I kinda had that solid. Cannot fly. But where is the hole though? Oh wait, I have an idea. I'm gonna use the on me with the background because it's like lighter colored, so I should be able to see the gap easier. Let's say single click. I think I clicked the wrong thing. Nope. Okay. Oh, damn. Is that it? I think. Nope, that's not it. Okay, well, we're gonna do this. Then I'm just gonna click, and eventually one of them is going to move. There we go. Okay. So the hole, oh, it's there, but it's like It's too dark. You can see it. Like it's... All right. Operation. Why would you do that to yourself? Let's solve this. One block at a time. Oh my god, this is not playable. Like, I mean, it's playable, but like, I don't ever think anyone... Oh, that is surprisingly smooth. Well, it should be because I'm doing it one at a time. Oh, look at that. We're gonna do this and then we're gonna move them at once. That's actually smoother than I thought it would be. Okay, okay. All right, let's see. This was 400 entities here, and it kind of chugged along a little bit. Like if I do it again, you can see it was an instant. And obviously I can make it work with like an unlimited amount of entities by gating how many entities are added per tick. But it doesn't really matter because realistically speaking, like I won't really have the difficulty more than 5 grid tiles, but it is dynamic, so I'm just showing that you're able to do it. It doesn't... Okay, one thing it doesn't look like, I'm not just adding... I feel like I should add there. I'm not just adding the entities, right? I add the entities and then I do a scramble on them. So I add the entities and then I have them play moves from a solved state backwards. So that's kind of... So it's not that you can't add like 400 entities to your scene. It's just that I'm doing a little bit more than just adding the entities. So that's why it takes time. And that's why if I add too much, it's eventually going to crash the verse server. All right, let's trying to line up the thing. I'm just do like one more here before I do a thing. So yeah, I can already smell it. If I put this to 25, 25, what's that? 5 by 5 is 20, so that should be 425. Am I stupid? 25. 25 is 625. Okay, so I don't know where I go for 25, man. So we're gonna do... I don't know math. Yeah, it's like on math. Oh, we're gonna do 625 entities now. Just gonna wait for this to finish. Either crash or we don't. I crashed it, by the way. Okay. Okay. 625 entities. No biggie. We're getting a little bit hot here. We're gonna do 30. That should be 900. If it's not 900, I'm actually gonna get off and go sleep or something. Please be. Yeah, 900. Okay. So I'm bad at math, but not that bad. All right. 900 entities, and it's doing quite a bunch, right? So where are we? Sliding tiles. So here, spawn tiles. After adding them to... This is the add function, by the way. After adding them, then I do scramble, which is the... It definitely like all of this, like this entire start game attempts to complete within a tick. That's kind of the issue here. Even though spawn tiles is suspends, like I only added that there when I was about to do I was gonna make it like try and make it distribute across multiple ticks, but it doesn't actually, like, all this completes within a tick. So like this entire thing, it's going to spawn all the tiles, so adding them, and adding an entity is like 1 ms, I think. And then scramble board as well. Which calls all of that. So yeah, it's not just adding the entities. That's the thing it's doing. It's doing a little bit more. So that's all I want to say. Let's just jump to 50, man. All right, that should be what, 2,500? Yeah, 2,500. Okay. Oof. So we crash or we don't? Okay. I think we crashed. No, we did not. No way. That is a massive improvement. That is a massive improvement. We used to crash. I think that's a hole. No, it's not the hole. It's just a. Is it? It is. I forgot, but I made the sides of the thing black, I believe. I made the sides of the thing black, so. Oh, this is about to be so satisfying. I mean, you can barely see it, but it's still. I mean, okay, I don't think it's that satisfying. It's just. Fun. Right, let's kind of like have it go along the longest sides. Okay, now that was just not visible at all. All right, 2,000. This is, yeah, so there were improvements for sure. It used to croak at like 25. It would just pop up the verse thingy. But you know, they say go big, and that's what we do. We're gonna go big. And this one, I actually fully expect it to crash. If it doesn't crash, I'm gonna like run a lap around the house in celebration. But of course we both know it's gonna crash. We all know it's gonna crash, so. Like, are you not able to delete the... No way. That is something. All right. 10,000 entities. Let's do this. It's gonna like get us in a full frame here. Okay. Okay. I'm scared, but click. I made myself visible, so when I turn visible, if I turn visible, we're about to see. Once again, I fully expect this to crash, so yeah. Did we crash already? Yeah, we did. So I'm not going to run a lap around the house, of course. So yeah, 10,000 entities is a no-go. But 50 worked, so that's 2,500 safe. And now I'm like the verse crashed, so you know, I'm just stuck here. Okay. Let's refresh session. Actually, let's turn this down so it doesn't accidentally do that again. I'll just go back to the humble 3. The humble 3 that is solvable. I can solve up to 5 actually. Like I've done that once in my life. Maybe I could solve up to 6. I don't know, because 5 was the highest difficulty back then when I used to play this on my auntie's phone. And that was back in 2008. So actually, oh my god, I was an 8-year-old. I don't know, is it normal for 8-year-olds to solve? It's a pretty simple puzzle. I don't know, but I think I was cracked. I was a cracked pre-teen, whatever you call someone who's 8 years old. Okay, we are. Well, I could just have just done this. Sometimes I'm like a little bit stupid, I think, or forgetful. I'm not stupid. I'm the smartest person who's ever lived. Yeah. Now let's solve this whole uh, rotation issue. Whew, okay. 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 And what I'm going to do is, in order to see exactly, like, get a better idea of what's happening, I'm going to debug this properly. And what does that mean? It means that I am going to remove this from there. I need something that actually has, like, decent normals. So I'm going to get a cube and a sphere. Right? Cube. Why did it bring in as a static mesh? I clearly set to bring it out as an actor. We don't have a sphere, but we're gonna go with let's do block all, and then we will do the diamond as well. Just so I have, you know, I have like a varying normal thing. Let's move it all the way over here. Let's bring the spawn back to the center. Okay, so spawn, I think spawn facing that way. So let's do it like in front, because now I'm actually locked in. I think I crashed. Yep, I did. Alright, no biggie, no problems whatsoever. Set this there, set that there. What's going on here? Okay. Then I'm going to add the drawing board component to both of these. And we are going to print the contact normal. I'm going to print this. Actually, what is it printing? It's printing the quaternion. Okay, so if you don't know what pseudo-agnostic is, everything inverse is a subtype of any, right? So basically this function here allows you to see, to like print the value of any and every anything, right? A cube, a component, a literally anything. Now, printing the rotation, printing the this value here, what's called the normal thing, which is a vector 3, right? Yeah, it prints it as a quaternion. I don't know why I was doing that. I'm just going to print it as a normal vector 3 so I can see the left up thingy, and then I can, you know, use that to just help, ideally, help the debugging process. Right, so we're going to print the normal stuff normally, and I'm going to do the rest, and we will try to fix this. I will try to fix it. Or I might go off, depending on what I see right now. I don't know. I feel like I just picked up some problem that doesn't actually exist, and that's what I chose to solve, rather than doing something feasible like making a map or making an item. Anyway, should I just give up on this, on trying to, there's no giving up on trying to figure, I need to figure out what the, okay, one of the things I want to make is the DVD thing, right? Where the DVD logo bounces in a square. I want to make that. I want it to be random. Okay, so to make that, I definitely don't need the whole contact normal thing because it's going to be like, no, it's going to be reflecting. So, okay, so I do need to understand what the contact normal is doing. Right? I would actually make that. It would start off at a point and it would go up until it hits something. And then it would play a different animation. That's actually going to be a challenge, thinking about how best to make the bouncing DVD thing. It's not hard to make it like, you know, bounce around randomly, but ideally you'd want to make it kind of believable and somewhat physically accurate. And if I wanted to make like a ice, like a Pong, for example, right? Or air hockey, or Blockbuster, the game where you control the thing at the bottom and you like bounce balls and stuff. Okay, no, the Blockbuster would be kind of a little bit different. Sheesh. Am I? I'm thinking about these now, and I'm wondering if I'm a fraud, because I clearly know how to do stuff. Let's just change this from to locked. Yeah. Now we are in debug mode, right? So in debug mode, we make things easy. We're just gonna go with that. Okay, okay. I mean, okay. Something's definitely happening. Yeah, let's get this and do it right here. Control Windows T. Okay. Okay, so forward -1, left 0 0. Okay, and then left -1 0 0. Forward 1 0 0. Oh man, this is where like the other one would have been, the other method of the stuff would have been nice. Because like, what else can I? So then we have forward, up. Okay. Okay. Forward 0, left 0, up 1. Okay. Forward 0, left 0, up -1. So it is giving the angle of the face, right? So for example, this face is pointing, you know, -1. So like negative up, which is down, right? And then the top face is pointing upwards, which is just 1, and is not pointing at all in the other stuff. So it's doing that. Now, I guess the thing that I should be worrying about is translating these into rotations, like valid rotations for the gizmo. So in this case, I'm going to do actually, I should put this here. What are you doing? Go there. Okay. Damn. Oh, I can just do this. Okay then. Okay. So here I'm going to do the rotation ahead of time. put this up there, but then it's not going to do the thing. Okay, so we're just going to do this after then. So we're going to print. We're going to print the rotation. So now I'm going to see kind of like what's going on with this value here. Okay, all right, I forgot. Control Windows T. Okie dokie. Like this is me when I get serious about debugging stuff. You know, you kind of strip away the fluff and just focus on getting values and stuff. All right. Oh my gosh, no. Okay. Here. Let's see the up. Right. So forward 0, left 0, up 1, angle 180. And that's why the thing is pointing that way. In which case I should stop multiplying it by this. I just get rid of the pi float section. Okay, nice. Let's try this then. I hate rotation. Have I said how much I hate rotation? Spatial math. Well, maybe I haven't, but I do. Okay, let's see this again. Okay, so now it's still pointing up, but for some weird reason, there is an angle of 57 point something applied to it. The fuck did that come from? Let's see. If I go around this way. It's like the angle of incidence? No, it's not. So make rotation from Euler radians. From Euler radians. Okay. 57.29 something. 57.29 something. So that's the problem. It's the function that I'm using. The axis is correct. But essentially, I want to make now that I'm thinking about it, the rotation API is trash. Oh. Okay. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it, like, the problem lies in the fact that how the heck do I... Okay, so it gives me the contact normal. And honestly, the only thing I could do with respect to that information is to align, you know, one of the, like the object I want to spawn, to align it to like the contact normal axis somehow. So that's why it's funking up there, because there's a weird thing. So then basically it's, you pick an axis and you align a vector to that axis. That's essentially what I should be doing. Right. So then, let's see. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to make a little cylinder thing that is, well, aligned. Probably don't even need to do it in Blender. Let's just do it in Unreal here. Calm down, man. 30. Alright, we'll do this, and then when it goes down. Okay. Man, it does not want to minimize. Should have done that. Okay, so let's say gives the angle here. I still don't understand what I'm about to do, but I'm about to do something for sure. We'll take the radius down to 8 and the height to 2. Oh my, I didn't show like the adorable thing for today. No, I forgot. No. We'll take this and we'll just rotate it so it's pointing forward, right? Now that does not want to rotate, so we're just going to transform, big transform, boom. So now it's pointing forward, right? I don't know why it's there. I'll call this SM underscore disk. And we will make it project default, no collision. Custom project default, no, what did I do? No collision. Okay, so we have this disk here. Right, we are going to replace our gnomon with a disk. Maybe I should like spawn both. Now, right off the bat, I have the axis. So how do you take an object and make a rotation such that the object is pointing in the direction of the axis? Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. So it may not look like it, but here a random thing, a random like rotation is pointing in the forward of the thing. Right, so now what we can say is ignore. Okay, kind of. If I were to do the same thing here, right? Then it loses all rhyme and reason. Let's put this back. Drawing board, and we will just multiply these by pi again. The API is built, it's crap. I'm actually going to have like, once I understand this, I'm going to write my own little set of rotation modifiers. Because I don't know what the heck, what the heck we have in here. All right. So now that I did that, I'm essentially specifying the rotation of it. Right. I'm converting the number that it gives me to a degree. If you don't, then you're just multiplying the number itself. But if you if you don't like multiply this by pi float, then you're just passing this value in as a random thing, right? But then when you multiply by pi float, then this becomes the modifier of pi float, to which pi float is absolute, where 2 pi is 360, and then, you know, is thingy. So then, what does that give? Oops, press wrong thing. Now this is properly square. We got 180 degrees there. Properly square, and you know, pointing in the thing. So forward is pointing forward. In case if it wasn't obvious, let's like bring in. Oh, great! It's there somewhere. Okay, let's do kind of like this. What the world is that? Like this. Okay, so we can use this as a little visualizer. Okay, so here, like blue is forward, and then, you know, red is that way. Now this is doing this because it's pointing all forward, but then it's rotating. It's also applying a 180 rotation, 180 degree rotation. So that's why like the red rotated 180 degrees. Like, well, not everything rotated 180 degrees, and it's facing that way. Same with this. So the blue is still pointing forward as shown here. So the blue is pointing that way. Well, here the blue is pointing that way. Here the blue is pointing that way still. If I do the thing under sections as well, you will see that the blue is consistently pointing forward, right? But everything else is being rotated about the blue, right? So the under, like we have the bottom, the bottom right there is negative up, and then everything is being, you know, done that way. So now I'm curious a little bit. If I only care about let's just do just so it's easier to edit. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look at here. Now, when I click, 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 click on top, click down there. Now you can, by the way, I mean, if I look like this, and then I click on here, it's not supposed to, like, it's giving the face, like, it's giving the direction of the face itself, right? So it may not look like it, but that's what we are getting. And then it's rotating everything about that direction by 180 degrees. I'm struggling. But I'm just going to quickly do my little Duolingo lesson. Okay, let's clear this out. Rotation. Today it's you and I. It is you and me. That's me and you. So here we have axis. Basically, you would take the angle and multiply it by the axis, and it will give you, so it's 0, 0, and then 127. So if I were to take 127 and plop that in the forward left up, I think that's printing wrongly. It should be like printing from the old system. But let's try that and see. So it's gonna match one of these when I do it. If I can find that damn thing. 127. Right, set forward. So you see, I just replicated the rotation of that one, which is supposedly like this face here. Is it really pointing that weird thingy? Whoa, okay. I'm done with the Gnomon thing. I'm going to now just make this sm_disk. I don't know how I spelled it. Okay, I spelled it like that. Now I shouldn't, like, it's not giving me the local. That's why I would have loved a rotation value. I guess it can't get the local forward of the face. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I actually hate rotation math, what the fuck? Sorry, language. I feel like something is trying to save here. Let's just see. No, it's not trying say, what the heck are you doing? Build and push. Do something. Wow. I think it's kind of cooked a little bit. That was cooked for sure. I have some grapes here. I'm gonna eat that to keep myself grounded. Some might say give up and back down. That's not what I do. I don't back down and I don't give up. No, we are not giver-uppers here. Yeah, he wasn't done. Okay. Is it pushing? Oh, it is. I really should just like publish a map. Like, what am I doing? I'm gonna work on the 1v1 so that I'm not someone who starts things and does not finish them. So the single ref 1v1, I'm just gonna get that out of the way. It's just I don't want to work on a 1v1. Like that's too boring, really. And but I gotta get out of the way because I said I was gonna do it, so I'm gonna do it. Not to mention I've already started, right? My main concern with the 1v1 is that I've been building most of it in here in this project. So I don't know if the discover thing still checks like time spent in a project and how that would affect me if I went back to the original, to the actual project to do it. All right, so you're about to see some interesting results where it indeed will not face the angle that it's supposed to. What the fuck? That was too tiny. There has been no one watching, and I should have just used the opportunity to, well, never mind. So I should have used the opportunity to talk. This is not making sense. I guess I'm just not, like, I'm looking so, actually that's fine. It's okay to not know stuff. I know that I don't know this. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. So, let's see. What is the problem? The problem is that I'm trying to make a rotation. I think this might just come down to the fact that I just might be using like the wrong thing here. Right? The thing I'm supposed to use is probably somewhere in here. I'm just not seeing it. So let's just slowly take our time and see what this is doing, right? Okay. So we have make rotation degrees. Let's let me see. I'm going to kind of like troubleshoot this in a different way. All right. Check this out. I'll put this here. And the way I see this, let's actually get a little bit serious. The way I see this is that I want to okay, let me see, 1 second. Okay. So right there, it didn't tell me that the face is pointing it just told me where the face is pointing by virtue of this value. So up being 1 fully meant that the face is facing up. So if I want to spawn this thing such that the forward is pointing up, I need to rotate so I can get the axis. I can get the axis of this, and I need to rotate it by some amount. I need to make the face of this have the same rotation vector as the face of this. Okay. So now the face of this has 1 in the forward, and I need to make it have 1 in the up. So this thing is a vector node normal is vector 3. Left up forward. The face normal is left up forward. Then target normal is this thing. In order for both to align, I find the difference between them. And then I take that difference and I apply it to the node normal. And I make a rotation with that. should call it like aligned node normal. Hmm. Hmm. What if I did note normal dot look at dot look at target normal? Right? And then I took this entire thing because it's going to look at, so it's going to be opposite direction, and took the entire thing and then I inverted it. And I used this as my rotation. I don't know. It's just kind of starting to. It feels like it's starting to click. Now, this either succeeds or it just flops. If it flops, I'm going to remove the inversion. Because I feel like that's going to do something weird on the other axis besides the, the main one. But let's see. It's honestly, I should have eaten the grapes like a long time ago. Did it like? I feel like it's waiting for a full push. I didn't mean to build that. Oh, it's not. I'm the one who manually placed that there. Okay. 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 Something is happening. Something is happening. Something is happening. Oh wait, oh shit, no. Yeah, I just realized what the heck did I do. My look at takes two vectors and it kind of gives the no, that should work actually. It gives the rotation that the thing should have. No, it takes two positions, not. I hate vectors. What the fuck? So vector, right? It's the combination of the thing could be like a marker for a position in space. It could also indicate a direction, and it could also flip and have a magnitude, like how much you move in said direction. How much you move in that direction. So, we'll look at my look at thingy. It takes two positions, and it gives you the direction between both of them. And yeah, so you move along this direction, and you would go from A to B. So that's probably incorrect here, but let's see. Yep, that is definitely incorrect there. But I'm not far off. I'm not far off. I can feel it. I need to align these two, but not just align them and get whatever the heck Epic calls rotation. I feel I'm close though. Let's see. Make rotation radius. I don't know what amounts to do this by. I have an idea with this, but let's go down a little bit. Yeah. All the degrees. Let me do what idea that I just had. So make rotation radians. Where is it? Here I'm gonna do like this one, I guess. I'm gonna do that. And we are going to node normal is that. I'm gonna do the diff. And then we're gonna do that. Capital F. Now we're gonna use the same one. All right. Let's see. At this point, I'm a little bit guessing, but I'm also not guessing at the same time because I'm just lost here. I've never done anything with in the sweep hit results. I've only ever used everything besides, not everything. Some of them are not that useful unless you're blindly, like I wouldn't need the source components because most likely where I'm doing the sweep hit, I can already pass it in there. Actually, that could be smart. If I get the source component, then I could probably get rid of this. Yeah, actually, I could probably get rid of this. So in the signal here, cursor granted, if I go into where I'm using this, you see I'm passing the self. Wow. Should be like at the bottom. Yeah. So now that I think about it, the sweep hit here that's going into the interact function is from this component. So it came from this component. So I technically don't need to, well, you learn every day, but I realize now I did not need to pass the component again, because that information, cursor granted, I didn't need to pass it in because that information would be in the sweep hit. Yeah. Okay. Did I just remove it? Nah, let's just, because if I remove it now, then I have to go remove all the implementation. But yeah, I guess. Let's actually see if it's the same thing. I mean, it should be the same thing, right? We're gonna do cursor renter. I should have just copied it. What did I just write it? Dot to diagnostic. And then we're also going to do sweep result. the entire thing, Maggie. Dot source components. Dot to diagnostic. Okay, so we'll see if it's the same thing. I'll just don't do it. Alrighty, let's just take a little side quest there, a little detour to check. If it's the same thing, I'll just get rid of the thing. I mean, it should be the same thing, but I just want confirmation. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so yeah, it's not carrying that information. All right. I'm gonna click on the top, and this might be the end of today's troubles. Boom. What the fuck? What? Okay, so first off, congratulations to me. I've got it working now. But secondly, what the heck is going on here? So, yeah. Now it's aligned to the normal of the thing. Is it? Or is it not? I don't even know. But more importantly, what the world is going on there? Okay. Okay. I mean, okay. Let me see what it looks like. What is this? This is 1-1, right? So this is the full size. Yeah, so like this shouldn't there is absolutely no reason whatsoever for this thing to be this to have blown up. Let's just clear this, and we're only going to offset by like 2. Heck, 1. I think I need height like 2. So 1, it should just be a little bit on top of the thing. I'm not still like convinced that I got this right. But yeah. So now it's on the body of the thing. But then like what's the deal with this actually? Because I'm just a little bit confused here. Like, what? And then of course if I click at the bottom of this thing, yeah, so you can see it is. It may not look like it, but obviously the face, like this face here, like at the tip of this thing, for example, the face is facing this way, right? I mean, I feel like it's okay on like regular thingies, but it's kind of breaking on. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, let's plug one here. Yeah, okay. So something's definitely off. Um, it should be like slanted, kind of. Wait, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's not even the problem, right? With the diamond, I mean, I'm about to either press the wrong thing on the wall. So that's why it's doing. That's why it's doing that, right? Because it's based on the collision of the, not the actual face of the mesh. If the mesh doesn't have collision, it's not like it's not raycasting against the mesh itself. It's raycasting against the collision. So the diamond is kind of doing that because the collision is, well, it looks like that. If I were to remove the diamond and I put like a sphere, I don't have a sphere here, but let's duplicate this, remove that, and put a sphere. Okay, so now, I mean, with the sphere, it's gonna be kind of funky because it's gonna go around the thing, right? But then when I click on this, I think it's a thing with like, I think it's a thing with just because I added or something, and I don't even know what the flipping collision is. Is it working? Wait. Log. Okay, so the sphere it's not even working. So probably need to like push changes or something. And it's also possible the sphere just doesn't have like the correct collision type. I don't know, is there something I could use to check this? Let's see. I don't really have any like complex meshes here. Keyboard, let's see. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. The keycap has like a square collision. Anyway, so I guess it's fixed, right? But the problem now is that I don't have something with like really complex geometry. Not complex geometry. The diamond has complex geometry, but the collision of the diamond does not match the diamond shape. It's just like a random convex hole. Okay, so let's just take a moment to like breathe here. This turned out to be the solution. Yeah, I thought about it. Well, I mean, I was thinking about it on the channel, so on the live stream. But you start by identifying the current orientation because you're not getting any local things, right? You start by identifying the current orientation of the thing that you want to spawn. So for me, in my case, it was the let's do that. Then let's just make this a little bit bigger. Okay, I'm just gonna push changes and then I will talk about it. That was painful. But I'm starting to think like, why didn't I? Yeah, it all just boils down to for me at the very least, visualizing what exactly and why exactly the face normal, the contact normal from the sweep hit is a vector 3 and not just a rotation of the face, right? If it was just a rotation of the face, then you could literally just copy that rotation and apply it to another object, and you know, they would align. But here I have this thing that I modeled, and I want this part. Oh my god, the internet went down or something. I want this part to like always face the face of the thing, right? So then what I did here was take the direction of this thing. Well, I know it's just facing there purely, so that is 1 on the forward and then 0 on all other axes. So I identify that as my node normal, which is just 1 on the forward and 0 on every other axis. I can actually remove this. And then obviously I got the target normal. And the difference between both of them gives you like the angle between them, sort of, if you want to say. So one is always pointing up. Let's say one is always pointing up, and then the target one can be pointing either there or there. If you subtract the one from this one, it gives you the angle that you need to rotate this one by to align with this one. Shout out, brilliant. And then next thing I do is I make a rotation of that difference. I'm just putting this here just because, but this rotates by 180. I could do by 2 by flip, and it honestly wouldn't really matter, or even 0 probably. But I make a rotation radians with this and that, and then this gives me the rotation to apply to this object as a whole, so that this vector would align with this vector. Yeah, and then normal offset, I'm able to like if I want the thing to be on. Now normal offset is 1 because when I was modeling, brother, I keep forgetting control and C. Because when I was modeling the cube, like the cylinder, I made the height to be 2. So by setting the normal offset to be 1, I can just make it so it offsets like halfway up, like a little bit. Turns out I do not need this. Whatever the heck I was doing here. What in the world, bro? Oh, so now basically, when I compile this, wait, oh, right, I forgot why the thing didn't let me draw on the sphere. It's because you're supposed to put, if something is supposed to be drawable, you're supposed to put a drawing board component on it. Okay, so now with all of that set, this is the result. Oh wait. Great, control under C. Let's use this one so that I can like click and hold. But now you can But now you can see that it's working. And it only took 3 hours. And I'm pretty sure like if I had just done how to align a vector with another Find the rotation axis. Is this? Find the angle. Huh. Well, I mean, this kind of implies that we are able to directly work with the quaternions, which we're not. So, find the wait. Actually, hold up. I wonder if there is like, because because I've only been like I had only been looking at the rotation operations, but I didn't even look at the vector operations. Because I mean, I guess I didn't really. Why did I? Okay. It's okay to not know stuff. Let's see. Vec transform. No. Vector. Reflect. Vector. Okay. Not that one for sure. Cross product distance. Nope. Make units vector. Nope. Length. Nope. Okay, so there's nothing to that. Simple vector math, bro. Okay, so now if I drag in this, you see I'm able to paint on the surface of the thing. Now I think about it, I think like the main problem here is this report player click. Let's add a frequency thing. I thought about it. Frequency. Let's say float. Let's see what the default value. Negative one. Where's my negative 1.0? And we are going to sleep by this frequency. So now if I go in here and I report player click and I do frequency is this. Am I tripping or like? Is I just like? Wait, let me see. Expect a parameter of. Oh, colon, bro. I pressed it, but I don't know. I just didn't do it. So now, essentially, right here, it's adding 30 like cubes. Obviously, if you want to, you know, you can make this different. You can like smooth out a bunch of ways, like having distance checks so that if one of them is too close, like it just wouldn't spawn and blah blah blah. But for now, let's just turn down the frequency of it and that should solve it. But yeah, normals are the vehicles of alignment in 3D. So now I should have press the wrong thing again. Oh wait, no, that's not very frequent. So now it's doing that. heck is going on? Oh, it's probably one of those situations where it's like it's just too tiny and it's kind of getting spawned on the inside or something. Yeah, it's probably one of those situations. Because obviously, it is fixed to, like, you can see this quite nice. If I do at the corner here, right? Now let's see if a code change. So right now you can see it's doing the face, but if I was getting the normal of the edge normal is pointing diagonal, then it should go diagonal. And I think this is where like I'm able to like check. So no normal, target normal is contact face normal. If I were to get just the contact normal, right? I'm gonna see if this gives us the normal of the edge. Because if it does, then the thing would be, then you would have, it wouldn't just go like 90 degrees and like 90 degrees and cut. Is gonna go one here, and then at the edge it's gonna go like one like this, and then on the other face it's gonna go like this. So let's see. Brother, what the heck? Oh wait. There you go. So okay, so I'm definitely not getting like, and this face is doing some. I don't even know. Like, I have no explanation for whatever the heck is going on there. It's not like it's it's facing that way. That would be stupid, right? Let's see. Wait, is it? I'm standing on the stupid thing. Okay. So yeah, it's not here, but for some reason, like something's just wrong with that. Oh, chase the shadows away. Oh, whoa. Chase the shadows away. Now you guys may be wondering, why the heck are you doing this? Like, what is even the use? As much as I've been trying to deny this, lately I've been feeling like making Mecha Chameleon. And how do you make a thing to paint on something else if it doesn't conform to the body of the thing? See, that's kind of like where we're at. Now, I'm just exploring different paint methods, right? Because at the heart of Mecha Chameleon, it's an easy game in terms of development. At the heart of it, you've got the character, which should be paintable. So you have a painting system, and then you just have the character, which you can like move around. It's not hard to make a thing that you can move around. And then obviously emotes, which you can play. So once we get skeletal animations, and the Mecha Chameleon character is dead simple. It's like a very simple character, right? Heck. Moving something on my trip. I'm either blind. So there is one. That one is selected. Oh, I'm in object mode. Yikes. Okay, so and he and like this, and go like that. Go, okay, press again. No. So he this, and then like that. And go there. And go there. Go there. Go there. Go there. And I go there. Right. Anyway, you get the gist. It's a stick man. Anyway, it's a simplistic character. It's not like, you know, like Fortnite. So you get the character and you have a painting system, and then next are maps, right? So just environments essentially, and the players need go and play hide and seek. So painting, obviously, if I made a painting system, it would not be like with, I mean, you could do this probably, you know, just clean up and good effective management. But there's so many applications to knowing, to understanding the concept of, you know, making something stick to something else. Let's change that. Boom. So yeah. I think it's actually spawning it, but like inside, because the yeah, you can sort of see. Anyway, yeah, that's it, isn't it? It ended up just being subtract this from that and do this from that too. Thing is, the swipe input only works with a virtual pointer and not like the regular input, because it's only the virtual pointer that continuously, you know, returns values on every click. You're subscribing to the input events of this. So if you don't have the virtual pointer, you're not going to. I was kind of wondering for a second why the locked version wasn't swiping. Actually, could it be that the locked version could also potentially return thingies every click? let's just check that real quick. In the methods, setup input listeners, we are going to make the click to be worthy. Oh, this is basically if you don't have a default, it would use a thing. Okay, so we're gonna make the click to be a trigger activation event instead of begin detect, and then I can check if like it constantly. I just never did actually. Ideally, I don't think it should. But yeah, the virtual pointer inherently sends a an event every time, every tick while it is held. So yeah, trigger activation just does once. Wait, did I? Oh, wait, it actually. Oh, okay, so trigger activation sends for when you press it and when you let go. So that's why it's doing like twice here. So I press it and then I let go and it kind of sends another one. So yeah, I'm just going to leave this at begin detect. Imagine if I wanted to make a Mario Galaxy. Well, definitely not. Nintendo's going to come for me. But imagine if I wanted to make a game with custom gravity, right? So imagine if this was the Earth and you could like, because right now, think about this in UEFN, you have no way to create a world where you can view it from outside and see your player kind of like walk under, right? If I wanted to make a thing with custom gravity, I would essentially use the same method here, right? Where the player could start and make his way under, and the orientation, like, would match. Anyway, I have spent the day. Actually, that should give me like a corner, right? If I do. Damn, this does not give the corner. Just gives the. Wait. This mesh though has like faces that are kind of like bent, so it definitely should give me the corner. I don't know what it's doing. Hold up. Start here, like this. Then wow. Oh, right. I keep forgetting. It's not the flipping. Okay, my bad. It's not the. Once again, it's not about the mesh, right? It's about the collision. And the collision is, just straight cubes. It doesn't have a. So it's the collision. Let's actually do a test on that. I want to see. There's something I've always wanted to see, actually. And that is if we switched. So right now, this object here has this simple collision, just a random convex hull that was built. If I were to remove that and I were to set use complex collision as simple, I'm pretty curious how this interacts with scene graph. So use complex interaction collision as simple is going to use the mesh's geometry for the collision, basically. So let's see. I'm gonna do this. Thank goodness they didn't make it stop at 6.7. That'll drove me nuts. Then we're gonna add drawing board component. And then push. Let's see. Okay, so this is like totally different though. Well, as you can very clearly see, there are a lot of people who don't know how to do rotation. Yikes. Oh, that looks interesting. That does not make any sense. You took 4, and it turned into 16. Oh my goodness, this reminds me of another game I want to make. I keep saying games I want to make, and I don't actually make anything. We're learning, we're learning. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is what gives you the value to be, to have power. When you know stuff, in the world, that kind of gets you ahead. It may not look like it, everyone's gonna cite the whole example of how the dumb people are at the CEO positions or whatever, but I don't want to go into the philosophy of that. Let's see. Oh my goodness. And then this should face me? Well, not that, but like... No way. I actually, like, I don't... Who the fuck said... Sorry. Language. What the world was that? Okay, so basically, when I started learning scene graph, right? Like, you can see now the leg is kind of like curling on this thing. When I started learning scene graph, some people were saying things like, if you use complex collision, like, it's not going to work with the sweep hits and stuff. And I just lived my entire life saying, always use project default and not, like, but I mean, now I think, holy shit, like, yeah, so now you see. Again, these faces, right? Like, good lord. Okay, I'm gonna do like this, and then I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do. So these faces, why I can't like, put them on there is because again, it's all about the collision, and at that size, they're simply just not computed. Like they're just collapsed into a flat thing. That's why. All right. But yeah, as you can see, you can paint all around. So if I was making a painting game, I don't know, man. This whole spawning entities thing is. Oh wait, right, frequency. Let's do 0.03. 0.001. Life is good with verse, and I do things smoothly and stuff until it comes to rotations. I'm not gonna lie, one of the things that held me back, not held me back, but like took a lot of time when I was making the flashlight system was actually the rotation portion right here. Every flashlight component here. That apply pitch correction. This section, holy moly. Yeah, it just, oh my days. This part, I thought I was gonna lose it. I thought I was going to lose it because the flashlight, right? Um it follows when you attach it to your plate, it follows your regular rotation. But then when you look up and down, I mean, it wasn't that crazy of a thing, but I mean, now I'm thinking about it because now I know what you're supposed to do there. But then oh yeah, so it's not the looking up or down part, you know, that was the problem. You simply just, again, you have the rotation, you get the player's rotation, get the pitch and roll, and then you just extract this one, and you just, make a rotation. That's it. The problem was when I would drop the flashlight. I can't do that now because you need like a creative input trigger devices to drop the flashlight. But the problem was when you would try to drop the flashlight. So I had the system for this flashlight has built in, if you have two options. So you can make it drop at your feet. So you can make it like vertically drop down. So in this case, it would like drop vertically down. Or you can set, like with this checkbox, you can make it drop like at your feet, wherever your feet is, right? And then it's also supposed to be facing where it was facing when it drops. And it may not sound like a big deal, but when it drops, I unparented from the player. So I need to like manually now calculate the new rotation. Yeah, that was a nightmare, not gonna lie. But, in the end, we got it good. We got it good in the end. I'm not gonna make a chameleon. But let's just say maybe I wanted to spend time today learning the whole sweep hit thing and its usage. Okay, so now that's done. Sheesh. What do we do? What do we do? Oh, and I also learned that you can use the flipping complex as simple, and that works. Oh my gosh, I've been scammed. I feel like I've been scammed. Holy moly. All right. All right. What an eventful day it has been. Spent the past 3 hours just stuck. Now, normally that would happen and I wouldn't stream it, but this isn't normally. Oh, what the heck, man. Trying to give me a heart attack. I don't even. Oh yeah, that one is doing something. This one is doing something else. Okay. Right. So unfinished things. But at least I still have these guys. Right? Why is it triggering multiple times? Did I put like a... clock? It's only doing that because it's like... Wait a minute, let me see. So if I do... Oh. That's not good. That is not good at all. What the heck? Cursor mode. I should be listening to... yeah, begin detect event. Oh my goodness, I think I just realized. Oh my days. Oh, holy moly. Okay, so... Oh my goodness. Okay. So even... Wow, I didn't... How did I not catch this? So for the virtual pointer, I thought that... Why did I even think that? Like listening to begin detect event would be enough? Wow, I didn't... Wow, that's actually crazy. But since... Okay, so... Begin... Oh my... Huh. Now, okay, I mean, I think it's good that I caught this on because that would actually affect... Would it affect the swipe stuff that I was doing? Oh, let me see. So block this. Okay, so it wouldn't affect the swipe thing. Wait. No, it would. Actually, a little bit lost. What the heck? Like this while I was sleeping or something? Start position. Yeah, it should race with the end. Good lord. With the end detect events, right? But the problem... Oh, okay. So, wow. Wow, 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 wow. What the heck did they give us? So you know how the swipe the virtual pointer, the trigger activation event sends every... Like if I were to go in here, report player quick, this one, race. The trigger activation event sends every tick, right? And I thought that was the only thing. So if you wanted to just like get the single click, then you would just do like the begin detect event. But the begin detect event also sends every click. So like every tick, while you're holding it down, every tick, it does all of them, I think. I thought that the begin detect event would I thought that this one would only fire once you hold, like once you press it down. And then like, oh my. Okay. So new problem. In a situation where this doesn't make any sense though. The end detect event sends, but then that means this would be effectively to... Oh my... here actually. Okay. So what is happening is just close this so it's not bugging. Oh, close that. And okay, so what's happening is the begin detect event, not for the enter. So I closed the wrong one. It should be like this one then. Nope. Wait, you enter with the stuff. I'm actually a little bit confused now. What the heck? So I'm holding it down and it's just like still firing. Why is that? Okay, so ignoring the virtual pointer stuff and whatever, my cursor mode should only like fire the thing in handle click. Handle click handles clicking for free mode and locked mode. There's two raycasts. Then handle virtual pointer. Okay, so it's right here. And then next is the name of the function itself. So handle virtual pointer interaction. Does a raycast when you click. So click event is the input event for pointer select. And when you click it, it does the raycast. Now, I would think this only fires once when you click, like when you press down. But it seems to be firing every single tick or something while you are pressed down. So let's say print pressed down virtual pointer. Let's do another loop here as well. Loop. What the heck? Lift it up. We're gonna do end. So we're going to wait when it ends, and ideally this should only happen once when I let go, and it should not like obviously spam print. But let's see. It would actually be very stupid if the begin fires every tick, even though you But I mean, it makes sense because, like, okay, every tick it will try to fire a new thing. Oh. Then how the heck do you just... I'm starting to get dizzy again. Okay. So press down as God intended, only firing once. Lift it up. So, what the fuck was that about? Oh my god, language. Hold up. Right. I'm not tripping. Only, okay. Okay, I'm starting to understand what's, okay. Okay. I think I see what happened here. Hey, no way. Like, what's going on? It only... Wait, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, sorry. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4. Gonna go in again. And I'm just gonna, like... I don't know what's going on, man. Like, I'm holding it down. And now I let go. And it only added 1 input, but it kept firing 4. What? Am I doing something somewhere? Right, what's going on here? Is it the drawing board component? Let me see. If, like, it's the existence of that that's kind of doing something. Why do I feel like I'm in some weird situation? Like, this might be my fault, low-key, and I don't even know. Right. Okay, so I'm just gonna go off with a limb here and say my best guess. Let me just push changes, right? Like, let's see, raycast, begin. That's when it begins. Okay, nothing too crazy. I'm just gonna build and a full session reload, right? Because now at this point, I think that's it. Like, the session is bugged or something. Right. Okay, definitely not a full recook. No, let's just go back to lobby. It's 12:30. Okay. Today has been insightful. At the end of the day, my knowledge has increased, so it's not a total loss. Okay. So, oh sheesh, man, I hate this happening. Okay. All right. So, the easiest way to check is actually just to click and hold on this. Okay, nice. So, yeah, that was I don't know, a session bug or something. Yeah, okay. Now if I click and hold. That was gonna be scary. And I don't know, like I don't think it would make sense that the begin detect event would fire every tick while you're holding it down. Like it just, I mean, you could say it makes sense since the trigger is firing, so it's like completing the loop. But I mean, logically speaking, it should not do that. Okay, so we are good. We are good. We are peachy. Just make sure I did not delete something from the other side. Blah 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 blah. Okay. This doesn't feel like solid proof. I think there might be a way to cheese this. So I'm gonna try and fix it. But first let me just, like in my head I can visually kind of feel. So the problem here is with the toggle. Now with the toggle it's fine because you press it once and you're always in there. Regardless of what you do, you press it again and you come out. The problem arises when you change it to the hold. That's why I think, because I know how Fortnite is and I just have an idea of how this would break. Right, same problem I used to have with the input trigger, which is why I never used the time elapsed duration thing, because you could cheese it. So with the hold, you need to hold it if you let go. All right, I need to resimulate. All right, so with the hold, you need to hold it if you let go. Why is this thing making me look stupid? That's just okay. Okay, man. We get it. You like to be special. Oh, wait, did I? No, I did. Yeah. So it is completely not working. Do I need to like leave the session again or something? Why? I mean, I don't know. What else do return to lobby? So free cursor hold, right? Makes you hold it. So I am correct here. Or are there two of them? Nope. Oh, that's new. bro. So, oh my god, I forgot the cubes video for today. How did I forget that? Um, while we lit up, I am going to load that up. So I have 2 cube videos for today. Actually, 2 of them. Yep. Ooh. You can purchase at the click of a button. Really? All right. Hold up. First, 1 second. Okay. No. Bookmarks. Right. So, number 1. Little bro's so helpful. He's going in to make sure it's okay. Look at his little head. No. Okay. I don't think we can watch number 2. Okay, that was, yeah, sheesh. That's why we only do 1 cube video per day, because it's too much. And we have not loaded in yet. That's pretty anticlimactic. The game just wanted to spite me. Alright, let's see. So this is something to keep in mind when it comes to trigger inputs and holding stuff. Please. Yeah, okay, so it really needed me to reload. It's crazy. 1 second. So now it's set to hold. And look at how you can choose this. If you hold down the thing and you open like your inventory. Okay, let's try with escape. Okay, you open escape, it's going to like on hold. But you hold it down and you open your inventory, it's going to on hold, but it's not going to fire the end detect event. So now you're in this weird situation where if you close your inventory, I'm not holding. And now when I press hold, it's now like inverted. Right? So now I'm actually holding it down. And when I let go, so it's now inverted because you did that, and then so that's also a problem with the input trigger device. If you're using the Or am I ever gonna get like the flare? Let's see, flare? No, first? No. Maybe something Fortnite related to gaming. So that one searched a fort. I don't have any underscore. Nope. No device. Oh wait, input trigger. Input underscore trick. Input trigger device. If you're using the released event, it also will be affected by this. Where if you hold down the thing and you open your inventory, it will not fire the released event, and you can like close out of the inventory. So imagine this: you make a game where players need to like hold, like press a button for like players need to press and hold a button, and the more they keep the button held, the more stuff they win. A player could literally cheat your game by just pressing the button, opening the inventory, letting go, and closing the inventory, and now like they don't need to hold it down anymore. And then when they're ready to claim the reward, they would just do the same thing. So I kind of had an idea. I kind of knew that was going to be a break. I was going to break this thing that I wrote here. I just felt like it would, and well, to nobody's surprise, it did. Right. So what I'm going to do is make it kind of like an absolute situation where I don't even know, man. The end event will never fire. Oh, Lord, how do I? Okay, I'm gonna make it so the end event, because right now the problem is not that you can't like break out of it, is the fact that if you do hold this one and then let go and close, now like holding inverts the whole thing. So you hold to get your character back and you let go to. So that's the problem. I need to make it so that even if you break it, whenever you come back into a player state and you click and let go, it should end the thing. And for that, I will be making a new function that is kind of specific to this. So, no, let's do this. Well, that folder's force close. Right, and this would be what subscribes here, and the logic would be the same as the handle circle stuff, except it would take this and then it would do this. Player. Right? So if you don't have the entitlement, it would just handle like removing it. And if you actually, it should not even like be checking anything really. Like it should just force remove the thing. So yeah, this function handles removing this signal, remove the mapping, setting thingy, and then showing your character if your character is visible. So yep, just set top mapping thingy. Okay, so that's it, right? And I do this, and now even if I try to cheese it by, oh, I'm still stuck. So show, open, close. So even if I try to cheese it by pressing and opening the thing, it will glitch, but just the one time. And then while it's glitched, if I press the button, it's going to like fix it. So show, open, and let go. Now it's glitched, but when I press the button, it fixed it. So that's another one for me. Yeah, press button and fixes it for sure. So you can't, like, you can only glitch it the one time, but then afterwards it will show. And I should add, this happens to everything that has an end detect event. So all end detect events. So that's why I will not count on. It's not that it basically the end detect event does not fire when you open this, and part of the reason is because even though it may not look, even though it looks like I opened my inventory, right? Actually, I think I did open my inventory. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so when you open your inventory, under the hood, the game goes into cursor mode. Not many people know this, but there is a cursor mode in the game. And what this cursor mode is supposed to be is similar to what you have in Roblox, where you can it's similar to what you have in Roblox, where you can, oh wait, this is a Turbo game. Turbo games show this. I just realized, of all the games, I picked one that's probably first person. I used to trust in Roblox speed of opening games, but come on, get me in. Wow, it's not. It's always when you want to show something that it goofs up. So in Roblox here, where you can move around and still control your cursor on screen, right? But then when you right click, your cursor controls your camera. So this is like the default thing. So you can move around and still control your cursor. And then when you right click, your cursor controls the camera. That is kind of, you know, what's going on here with Fortnite's cursor mode as well. You can move around, right? And can control your cursor. And then when you let go, your cursor controls your camera. Now the problem with Fortnite is that the game itself, like it's just in the game. Oh my goodness, bro! Like close. It's so loud. The cursor mode option here is hard baked to open your inventory. Right? This is like, again, because Fortnite obviously did not start as a UGC platform. It started as a, you know, a game of its own. The cursor mode does the thing, but it's hard coded. I said hard baked before. What the heck? It's hard coded to open your inventory, so it makes it useless because you cannot now click anything because your inventory is consuming that input. And not to mention, Fortnite by default doesn't have omnidirectional movement. So there is cursor mode, which this should let you click on things. If the inventory did not show up, I would actually be able to like click on my thingies because these are buttons, right? Let's see if I could show like an example. Get these two. If I go like this, I do. Oh, schmuck, wrong thing. Damn. Can I show? I can show this with something. Let's show it. Let's go on a little side quest to do show it. I'm just gonna duplicate. Add a door. Should be that, right? And then I'm gonna remove that. Set it to 0. Part pin. Okay. So now I should get like my pin pad thing when I click on that. So you see here, how do I show this? Because this is consuming input, so that's not a good example. Let's modify it a little bit, just for the demo. Then I'll put it back to how it should be. So pin pad, and here I just want to set this to none. Okay. What? Okay, there we go. Just wondering why the thing is not loading up. Okay. So now I've set it to none, so it's not going to consume input, which means that logically speaking, the buttons should be unpressable, right? So when I do this, now I can't press them. It's just there. It's not consuming input. And the buttons exist as buttons, but there is no input for them. But look what happens when I bring in a cursor. You can see the buttons are still. So logically, this is the Roblox thing here. This is what cursor mode would be like on Roblox, where you can have HUD elements on your screen, right? HUD elements are just that don't stop you from moving around, but then you can enter cursor mode and still interact with them. See, this is look, this is Roblox, isn't it? I'm able to move around, and I have buttons on my screen that I can press. Of course, I can't control my camera because once I try to do that, it's gonna suck my cursor. But once I click on this, I focus this stuff. It's all about like focus. So I'm able to still move around, and I'm able to like try, you know, press buttons and stuff. And if I had stuff here, maybe this is what I should show, right? Let's see. Well, I don't know. You have to actually click on one and then use that to focus here. Rip. There's like a middle layer in between. Okay. So now I'm pressing left click, but it's not going into the game, it's going to the UI because I'm focused on the UI. Wait, what the heck? 7542. Oh, it's doing some weird thing. It should not be taking away like 2 chunks. It definitely should not be going from the back. What the heck? Well, it is broken because you're not supposed to do this. So that is cursor mode. This is essentially cursor mode right now. And so how do you know? Well, look at that. Look at the thing in the thingy. It's so tiny. And now it's come back to like the full size of the thing because it was anyway. But yeah. Cursor mode. We have cursor mode baked in. Like we have what you know is on Roblox, but it's just gated behind hard-coded behavior to open the inventory. Okay. I actually want to take a quick look at whatever the heck my thing was doing because it should not have been taking the values away from the bottom. It should like remove 5. What the heck? Like, what? What's going on? Alright, let's see. Click event delete. -1. And then here. Okay, right here. So it's trimming. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. Okay. Oof. Oh, damn. This is the first time I'm facing this. So essentially my trim function was I changed it up. I tried to make it use the new like syntax thing, and I guess I messed it up. What the heck? Yeah, the logic is not right. Basically, that's all I can see. It's trimming from the start, not the end. What? And it's oh man. And it's doing like 1. So we have amount, and then we're doing indexes where the amount. Like what did I even write here? Before this used to look like I don't know. Let's see. Like if we go back like 3 weeks, it should be like very different. Versions. Was it on here before? It used to use the inbuilt function for like the trim. Trim is in list ops. So it's a little bit lower. Somewhere around here. Trim. It used to use the array.remove, before, and that was, I guess, yeah. So that's but yeah, let's make it work with the thing, right? So first of all, I'm just read what remove does. Two. So the remove makes an array by removing input elements from start index to stop. Oh well, yeah, from start to stop. So I essentially would just remove the start. I would put like the value amount minus the length as the start, and then just remove to the end. So trim should be doing. Let me think about this. I wish I was like super smart and I could just like, just boom. I can reason my way to the, correct logic there, but I'm pissed that I can't just, like boom, think about it. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, this is gonna be easier to visualize if I do. If I go. There we go here. Oh man. Alright, and then we're just gonna. That's my pen. Okay, so we have array. And the end is this one here. And if we give it an amount of things to trim, so amount is like a value which should take including this, where if amount is 1, it should remove n minus 1, and if amount is 2, it should remove amount essentially minus n minus 1. Okay, now the whole for loop, like using comprehensions, is basically going to say we are going to start from the beginning and we're going to go through, we're going to take note of the index, right? And then we're going to go through, and when we get to a point where the index is greater than this value, we should stop comprehending. So then you can't say stop comprehending there, but instead you can say take values where the index is less than. Oh, okay, I can kind of already see it now. Yeah, so where the index is less than a certain value. So that the logic, like the predicate here should be index, right, is less than what? So let's use an example. It's easier for me to, visualize this. If we use an example, let's say we have an array with 5 elements, right? So the end value is going to be, the max index is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you were to say trim 1, then you essentially want to go from where index is less than, we're going to use less than, not less than equal to, okay, so where index is less than 4. If you were to say trim 2, you're going to do, take all the values where index is less than 3. right? And what's the relationship between 2 and 3 here? 3 is n minus 1 minus 1. So 2 is the value you pass in right. If you did total length, which is 5, so length minus amount, that would give you 3. So index less than length. Well, I didn't spell that right. Length minus amount. So let's say you give amount of 3. You want to trim 3. Then that's going to be 5 minus 3. That's going to give you 2. So if you want to trim 3 items from here, 1, 2, 3, you should only have this. So index 0 is going to succeed. Index 1 is going to succeed because it's going to be less than 2. Index 2 is going to fail, and the rest would fail. Okay, so that's the thing. Index length minus amount. Nice. And we can see here that I was just doing the absolute insanest. Any index greater than the thing would trim from the start, basically. So we're doing index less than. Wow, aren't you helpful? Aren't you helpful? Look at you. Okay, buddy. But yeah, array.length. I know the spelling of length, but I just I don't know. Oh man. Anyway, so yeah, that's it. Thank goodness I caught that. There's a read length though. I'm not really a fan. You know, it builds a whole new array to calculate the length. And be like, oh well, how else should you count the thing? Honestly, how else would you count the thing? Let's just eat. It's not that much. Although the whole idea was to make like a super super efficient trim function, because the remove is actually pretty chunky. Like there's a trim one, right? That one is, it's not really optimal. Okay, so let's see if my new trim is working. I mean, obviously it's gonna work. Imagine if it didn't though. That'd be crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it should remove 6. Yeah. Isn't it funny how like something as simple as deleting the final, like the last entry, right? Depends on creating a whole new array, ignoring sheesh. It's like how does this break? Like why should it break? Okay. All right. Alrighty. Wow, that was am I using trim anywhere else? Because it would have just broken it in so many places. Let's see. Dot trim. Oh, I'm only using it in the one place. All right, let's update my utilities. Push to source. Push to source. I haven't touched these in a while, so but let's just do that too. Custom text block. It's crazy. I made this a very long time ago. Where am I doing? Control P. I made this a very long time ago, and you would think I made this like 2024, and you would think, or 2025, I don't know, but it was a very long time ago. And you would think that by now I wouldn't need like this function, this whole thing would be obsolete, but it's not, because we don't have custom fonts yet, right? This whole thing is just to allow you to, use custom fonts in your UI, and you're able to. The only limitation with this is like showing player names, because player names are localized, right? You can't get the string. You can, but it will give you anonymous. That's the only limitation. But otherwise, this works perfectly for using any custom font that you want, and just using this in place of the one that we have, the fonts thing. But then again, I'm not using Verse UI. This was a Verse UI thing. So I don't know, it's just sitting here. It's not totally useless, but it is just sitting there. And then, oh wow, okay. And then there's that. So let's update. Updating utilities and never building maps. Get me out of here. Let's see. Okie dokie. All right. So this was a yeah, learning experience. So then, what do we do? Actually, I'm about to see if it's time for me to get off, and if it's not, then what do we do? Actually, we'll make the item. Yeah, we'll make the cursor item. It is. Oh. This was a whole ass 30 minutes ago. Talking about. What was I even talking about? for you guys. Have a good